That's people of the state of Michigan versus Gino R. Hall. The parties, please introduce themselves for the record.
Jeff Braddock's on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Your Honor, Fred Black on behalf of Mr. Hall. He's standing to my right at 40.
Sir, you are Gino R. Hall.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. This is the time set for a prelim in the matter. Mr. Brodowitz, how are we proceeding?
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, I believe we have worked out a plea. I believe Mr. Hall is going to plead to 2 misdemeanors, use of meth and use of fentanyl.
All right, so that's that would be counts 3 and 4.
3 and 4.
Okay, so an added count 3 of use of methamphetamine.
Yes. And an added count for use of fentanyl.
And a count for use of fentanyl. And what are the PAC codes for those? Or those are both 1 years, right? 1 year under $500.
No, they're 1 year, Your Honor. It might
Yeah.
be 1,000.
1,000.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
With the plea to counts 3 and 4, counts 1 and 2 will be dismissed.
Charge code. I believe the charge code on use of methamphetamine would be. Oh, that's the charge code.
740.
74042 alpha.
Yep. And then on fentanyl.
There is no specific, it's just the controlled substance to use.
Okay.
There's no fentanyl per se, it's 333.74042 Bravo.
B. All right, so Mr. Blackman, is that your understanding? I'll restate that. So there's no ambiguity. A plea to count 3 of use of methamphetamine. It's a 1 year and or $1,000 under 333.7404 parents A, and count 4 use of fentanyl, 1 year and or $1,000 333.7404 parents B. Is that your understanding, sir?
It is, Judge. I'd also indicate it's not part of this agreement, but he is eligible 7411. I didn't talk with Jeff. I talked with Andrew Stevens this morning, and it's not a killer brew, but we just asked the court for referral to take a look at that.
All right. All right. And Mr. Hall, that's your understanding. You're going to be pleading guilty to a count 3 of 1 year and or $1,000 use of methamphetamine, and count 4 misdemeanor count of use of fentanyl, 1 year and or $1,000. With a plea to count 3 and 4, counts 1 and 2 are to be dismissed. And I'll indicate that you are eligible for 7411 status to be considered for probation. Understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right. So is it, Mr. Blackman, may I inquire your client of his advice of rights?
Yes.
All right. So, sir, you've signed an advice of right sheet concerning your understanding of your advice of your misdemeanor rights. Is that true?
Yes,
So I'll just cover 3 with you today because you've already signed the sheet, and I'll make it a part of the record. One is, you have a right to trial by jury. Second is, you have a right to you have the right to be silent and to not have that silence used against you in a court of law. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And then you have the right to counsel, and you, of course, are represented by Fred Blackman today, and he could contest any charges, cross-examine any witnesses brought against you. You understand that, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Do you understand that if your plea is accepted, you'll give up the claim that the plea was a result of any promises or threats, that it was not your choice to plead guilty? Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you'll be giving up the right to appeal any trial issues, because you won't have a trial. You'll be pleading guilty today. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So it is your intent today to plead guilty to the counts 3 and counts 4 of misdemeanor counts of use. Is that correct?
Yes, Your
All
Honor.
right, I'm gonna have you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'm gonna bring your attention back to August 25th of 2022 at the offense location of the city of Lansing. Were you in the city of Lansing on August 25th of 2022?
I believe it was 2020 that this date
Two
happened.
I'm sorry, 2022?
That was 2020
20.
when this happened.
Okay, yeah. So it's August 25th, 2020.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. And you were in the city of Lansing on that day?
Yes, sir.
And were you using the controlled substance of methamphetamine on that date?
Yes, I was, Your Honor.
All right. And then as to count 4, were you using the controlled substance of fentanyl on that day?
Yes, sir.
All right. Any questions, Mr. Brodowitz?
Nothing from the people, Your Honor.
Any questions, Mr. Blackman?
One quick question.
Okay.
We had no legal authority or prescription to use any of this drug, correct?
No, sir.
Thank
All
you.
right, thank you. So you knew when you used them that you were not allowed to use them.
Yes, sir.
All right. Anything else, Mr.
No,
Blackman?
sir.
All right, thank you. I find the factual basis to be to accept it. I find the pleas to be understanding, voluntarily, and accurately made. And we will set this for sentencing. Do you plan on going to probation today?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll go to probation today on the 5th floor. What they're gonna do is they're gonna ask you a bunch of questions. Answer those questions as candidly as you can, and we'll see what options are available for sentencing date, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
So probation on the 5th floor today, and we will set for sentencing on.
April.
April 23rd at 1:30, please.
Thank you very much.
All right, perfect. April 23rd at 1:30. All right, Mr. Hall, we'll see you on that date, okay? All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Blackman. And, is there anything else to go? There's Mr. Etheridge.
I think we're ready.
We
Ready,
can
Your Honor,
couple in
for
Mr.
the
Milner. Oh,
PU
Mr.
waiver.
We're ready to
Alright.
go on Mr. Brown as well.
All right. So let's do Mr. and we'll do you next after Mr. Etheridge, Mr. Yang, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right,
Let me see if I can get you back.
All right, Mr. Etheridge, you're trying to bring your client back from the break. There he is. That's Mr. Milner, correct?
Yes.
So we're on the record. In docket 230061. That is the people of the state of Michigan versus Charles Milner. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Jeff Brodowitz on behalf of the people, Your Honor. Although I believe Ms. Housefield is going to appear by Zoom.
Oh, is that your understanding, Mr. Etheridge, that Ms. Housefield was going to be here to handle this by Zoom?
I believe she was, Your Honor. But I
All right,
understand.
is this just an unconditional waiver?
Yes, Your Honor. There was a preliminary plea offer, but it's basically unconditional waiver.
All right, I think Mr. Brodowitz can
Yeah.
stand in for that then.
I
And
have
then-
no objection, Your Honor. I know that the court wanted to do this early because of the Bear River's ability to have him here by Zoom.
Correct, and we have at least a couple prelims going, so I wanted to move it to make sure that the cases that are waived or pled to give space to those that when we have our prelims, so we don't have people waiting. All right, so we're out. So this is the time set for a preliminary examination today, and Mr. Brodowitz is standing in for Ms. Housefield. Mr. Etheridge, I'll look to you. What does your client want to do today?
Your Honor, Mr. Milner will be unconditionally waiving his right to preliminary examination at this time. He's currently housed at Bear River Treatment Facility. He's appearing by Zoom from there. I'm appearing by Zoom from the courthouse.
And are the people unconditionally waiving their right to a preliminary examination?
Yes, we are, Your Honor.
Mr. Etheridge, may I inquire of your client of his waiver?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Milner, and first of all, you are Charles D. Milner, sir?
Yes.
All right. It's my understanding that you wish to waive your right to a preliminary examination today. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to walk you through, you have the right to a preliminary examination within 21 days of your date of arraignment. That is today's date of March 31st at 9:30 a.m. A preliminary examination is a probable cause hearing in which a probable cause would have to be proven by the people that a felony was committed and probable cause that you committed that felony. If you waive your right to a preliminary examination, you'll be bound over to circuit court on the charges in the complaint and the warrant if you waive your right to a preliminary examination. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes.
You, of course, are represented by Attorney Derek Etheridge, and he would be here to contest any charges or cross-examine any witnesses brought against you by the people. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
All right, Mr. Milner, is it your wish to waive your right to a preliminary examination today?
Yes.
Okay, I find the waiver to be freely, understandingly, and voluntarily made. Mr. Brodowitz, you are also waiving the people's right to preliminary examination as you previously indicated?
Yes, we are, Your Honor.
All right. This is an unconditional waiver. There was a preliminary offer made by the people. And Mr. Etheridge, I'm assuming that negotiations are to continue?
Yes, Your Honor. I have the plea offer by email from Ms. Johnson. I could put it on the record if the court wants. Otherwise, I do have it in writing by email. Negotiations will continue in circuit court, and there will more than likely be a referral to mental health court in circuit court.
All right. And so as long as you have it in writing, I'm not going to worry about it, Mr. Etheridge. We don't have to put the offer on the record. I'm going to accept the waiver and bind over the case to circuit court. Mr. Milner, your case is done here in district court. Your next date will be in circuit court, and you'll receive that from Mr. Etheridge. So please keep in contact with Mr. Etheridge concerning this file. All right, sir?
Okay, thank you.
All right. Anything else for the record in docket 23-00611, Mr. Brodowitz?
Nothing from the people, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Etheridge?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That's all for the record in that file. Thank you for your appearance today, Mr. Milner.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Etheridge. Then Mr. Yang, if you're ready on Brown.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we're on the record in docket 23-00528. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Janetta Brown. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Jeff Brodowitz on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Good morning, Your Honor. Joseph Yang on behalf of Ms. Brown, who is present and to my right.
And ma'am, you are Janetta Brown?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for preliminary examination. Mr. Brodowitz, how are we proceeding?
Yes, Your Honor. After communications with the defense, I believe Mr. Yang needs some more time to go over discovery, and that there is another matter concerning the parties involved here that will actually be occurring today. So with that, I believe Mr. Yang is going to ask for a waiver of the 21-day limit on the preliminary exam.
All right, Mr. Yang, what's your understanding?
That's a fair and accurate statement, Your Honor. Ms. Brown and I have discussed the 21 days, and she is in agreement that waiving the timeline at this time and requesting a new date.
All right. So this is a request by the defendant to waive the 21-day rule. The people that appear to have no objections. That's correct.
People have no objection.
All right. May I inquire your client of her waiver of the 21-day rule, Mr. Yang?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Brown, you understand you have the right to have a preliminary examination within 21 days of your date of arraignment. You understand that? And that's today's date of March 31st, 2023. For various reasons, including discovery purposes and preparation for the hearing, your counsel is requesting an adjournment. So you will be outside of that 21-day timeline. Do you understand that, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
All right. That doesn't mean you're waiving your right to preliminary examination in general. You're just waiving your right to a prelim within that 21-day period. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Is it your intent today, and is it your wish to waive your right to a preliminary examination within 21 days?
Yes.
And the people also waive their right to a prelim within 21 days?
Yes, we do, Your Honor.
All right. With that understanding, I find the waiver of the 21-day rule to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made. And I'll reset the preliminary examination for,
How about April 13th at 8:30?
and then check your schedule, Mr. Yang, to see if that works.
13th does not work.
Okay. Let's try,
How about April 20th at 8:30?
that's a Monday.
April 20th
Yes,
at
that works. That works for me.
It's a Thursday. I'm looking at March.
Okay.
Thursday, the 20th, right?
Thursday, April 20th, right.
At 8:30.
Yes, that works for me. Your Honor.
All right, April
Thank you.
20th at 8:30. So ma'am, please keep in contact with your attorney, Mr. Yang. You're set. We'll see you again here on April 20th at 8:30. All right, ma'am? All right,
Your Honor, before we go off the record, I just want to address a small condition of bond.
sure.
Miss Brown has an aunt who is having a medical issue right now down in Missouri. So she has already notified pretrial services, but I want to make sure this court is aware. She'll be requesting a short amount of out-of-state travel for that. She doesn't have the full details yet, but once she has that, she will provide it to pretrial and pretrial provided to you. I just wanted to give the court a heads up on
Okay.
that. So
All right. So I'll wait to hear from pretrial. I appreciate the heads up on that. That'll be just a small time frame of out-of-state travel for sickness-related issues.
that's correct, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Anything else for the record on docket 23-00528, Mr. Brodowitz?
Nothing from the people. Your
Mr.
Honor.
Yang?
Nothing further from the defense, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll see you here on the 20th, Ms. Brown, okay?
It's good to see you, Your Honor.
Good to see you too. So I think those are, is that all the cases that can be moved before we start the prelim?
There is one more, Your
All right,
Honor, which is Jacob Kelly.
okay.
I just have to go see if Mr. Abbott is available because he's going to be all over.
3-0-0-0-5-9. That is the people of the state of Michigan versus Vincent Alvarado. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Andrew Stevens on behalf of the people.
Matt Nagel on behalf of Mr. Alvarado, who's present to my right.
And sir, you are Vincent Alvarado?
Yes, sir.
All right. This is the time set for preliminary examination today. Mr. Stevens, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. It is my understanding that the parties will be running this preliminary examination.
All right. Are there any preliminary matters to come to the court's attention before we get started on the preliminary examination from the people?
The only, there are a few. First of which is a couple of exhibits that are already marked. People's Exhibit 1 is a 2-page report from the Michigan State Police Forensic Laboratory regarding blood alcohol testing in this matter pursuant to the statute 76611B. People move for its admission.
Right, so that's People's Exhibit 1, and Mr. Nagel, you're having the opportunity to review that. I'm assuming that was part of discovery, that you got the actual document.
Yes, Your Honor. For purposes of the exam, no objection.
Okay, no objection, so People's Exhibit 1 is admitted into evidence.
Next is what is marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 2. People's Exhibit 2 are the medical records of what we'll describe or characterize as the victim, Jerry Hilliard Jr. It is, just by way of sort of record reference, it is a flash drive with medical records accompanied by a Michigan Rule of Evidence 90211 certification. So pursuant to that, a rule of authentication and MRE Rule 803, people move for admission of People's Proposed 2.
Any objection to People's Proposed Exhibit 2?
Not for purposes of the exam.
Okay. So for purposes of examination, preliminary examination, People's Exhibit 2 is admitted into evidence.
The last thing I will sort of open to, I guess, discussion, the aforementioned named victim, Mr. Hilliard, is currently present in the courtroom. The people did not anticipate calling him during this preliminary examination. As the victim in this case, I believe the Crime Victims' Rights Act allow him to be present. His mother, who is, I think, to barely characterize it, has been granted guardianship over him, is also present. She is not an eyewitness to this event. Unless there's an objection to them remaining in the courtroom, I don't have any, or I didn't intend to have them removed from the courtroom. But again, I preface that with, I am opening this up for just sort of a conversation on it.
Right, Mr. Nagel?
If the people don't intend to call Mr. Hilliard as a witness, then the defendant may choose to call him as a witness.
All right, so is, if for preliminary examination purposes.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. So if he is going to be a witness at the preliminary examination, then my preference would be to have the witness not sit through other testimony. That's a basic, that's a kind of a basic sequestration order. I understand that the victim does have, under the Crime Victims' Right, the authority to write, or at least to raise the issue concerning being in the courtroom during the proceeding. In this case, though, the victim may be another witness, and therefore, for purposes of the preliminary examination, the court will have the witness sequestered in pursuant to the rules for the preliminary examination. So Mr. Stevens, what I'd indicate is the witness and the guardian, because they're sequestered, should leave the courtroom.
Very good. I'll take care of that as I'm retrieving my first witness. Beyond those issues, the people don't have any other preliminary matters.
All right, from the defense?
Just one matter, Your Honor, with respect to the witness, Mr. Hilliard, I do have 3 proposed exhibits that I would move to admit on the record.
They seem to be photographs, is that correct?
2 photographs and then 1 Google Maps image that was cut and copied.
All right, Mr. Stevens, I looked, there looks to be a motion to admit defense exhibits 1, 2, and 3 pursuant to stipulation Do you have any objection?
At this point, no objection to A,
Okay,
so I'll stipulate to A.
to stipulate to A and B and C, you can lay foundation through regular means. But so exhibit A is admitted into evidence.
Fair enough. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
And the is admitted. And counsel, you may call, the people may call their first witness and take care of some of those preliminary matters.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Judge Simmons, did you want to?
Yeah, I need to interject. I see that they on a file connected to mine that's on the record.
All right. Okay.
I was got, he's in my court for. But the, you have him for an eviction. I have him for an you can't go back and practice because the victim is there. But they both been evicted now. And so. So that he can, the prosecutor can make the need to get her out the property, so he can go and get pack up his stuff and get his stuff off. So I just need you to extend the writ.
Okay. So extend the writ to what?
If they can get another 10 days, because I don't know how long it's gonna take the prosecutor.
So they have till the 3rd, so we'll extend the writs for criminal case purposes, right? Just for them to get out
Correct.
to April 13th.
It looks like it should be fine, because we have a holiday in there. Right?
13th.
Thank you.
Thank you. You too.
For the record, Your Honor, I guess if we're on the record.
Sure we are.
Okay, I had Mr. Hilliard and his mother leave the room. They're sitting on the bench in the hallway. And then to the next issue, of the first witness, the people call Officer Anthony Vandervoorty. Close enough? Yes, sir. All right.
All right. So officer, please come up here. And so state your name and spell your last name for the record for the court reporter.
Officer Anthony Vandervoorty, last name Vandevoorde.
Vandervoorty. All right.
Yes, sir.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right. Have a seat here, officer. Please project for audio purposes because we're recording. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. And Mr. Stevens, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, are you employed?
I am
How are you employed?
with the Lansing Police Department,
And how long have you been employed with the Lansing Police Department?
just over 5 years.
What is your current assignment?
I'm the community service officer, but I also am also assigned to Ingham County Regional Crash Investigation Team as a crash investigator.
Okay, and how long have you, that second capacity or assignment, the crash investigator, how long have you been involved with or had that assignment?
In the official capacity as an investigator for 2 years, but I've been investigating traffic crashes my entire career.
Okay. Officer, I'm going to draw your attention back to the date of May 2nd, 2022. On that date, did you have the occasion to respond to the location or intersection of Willow Street and North Grand River Avenue?
I did.
And that location, is that within the city of Lansing limits,
Yes,
Ingham County?
yes.
Can you explain to the judge, please, why you responded to that specific intersection on that date, please?
I responded to a call out requesting accident investigators to the scene. We get called out anytime that the traffic crash results in serious injury or a fatality.
And if you could briefly detail for the judge, I know you've indicated that in your official capacity as a a crash scene investigator, it's been about 2 years. Any, if you could detail for me, please, the training and knowledge that you have acquired to have and hold that assignment.
Yes. Prior to the Lansing Police Department, I was employed by the Concord, North Carolina Police Department. Between Lansing and Concord, I have over 170 training hours, specifically dealing in crash investigations.
Okay, and did that training continue as you moved from North Carolina over to the Lansing Police Department?
It did. I retook all the courses that I took down in North Carolina. So I doubled both classes.
If you could summarize for me, please, what does some of that training entail?
So it's more detailed investigation into crashes, what occurred, why it occurred, how it occurred. We get a little bit more in depth with evidence based on gouge marks, skid marks, impacts, more detailed into the investigation of the vehicles themselves, pertaining to maybe contacts within the vehicle, such as a windshield. We also work on with other departments or other officers to obtain electronic data from the vehicles that tell us specific speeds, brakes, occupancy, different things like that that are involved with the vehicles involved in the crash.
Drawing your attention back now to May 2nd at the location at the intersection of Willow and North Grand River. When you responded to the scene, can you please describe for Judge Flores the scene as you observed it when you arrived?
Yes. When I responded to the scene, it was dark out by the time I got there. There was a white pickup truck in the intersection. It wasn't until another officer advised me that there was a second vehicle involved, which was approximately 3 houses down. It was sitting in the driveway of a residence. There was gouge marks, debris field within the center of the intersection. And I was made aware that both occupants of both vehicles had been taken to Sparrow Hospital.
Say gouge marks, can you describe what you mean, please?
So at impact of 2 vehicles within an area, is what we call the area impact. The vehicles will downward from the impact, they will downward, and actually parts of the vehicle will gouge the pavement at the area of impact.
Okay, and then you said, or you also used the phrase debris field. Could you describe what that is or what you're referring to, please?
Yes, debris field is also parts of the vehicle itself that break off during and after impact.
Did you have, while you were on scene, did you have the occasion to observe both vehicles believed to be involved in this collision?
I did.
All right, and I think you said one was near the intersection and one was a few houses down.
Correct.
All right, so the one that was nearest the intersection, do you recall, or can you describe that vehicle for me, please?
It was a white GMC pickup truck. It was located on the northeast corner of the intersection, or southeast corner of the intersection,
Okay.
Facing in a northwesterly direction.
Okay, and anything about that vehicle beyond sort of initial observations indicate to you that it was involved in this accident?
Yes, other than the physical damage to the outside, we had a driver's side airbag deployment. We also had damage to the windshield, indicating possibly a head injury or a head strike to the windshield. And the tire marks from the gouge to where it came to final rest followed through.
Anything about, or did you observe anything from what I'll call the city infrastructure involved with this vehicle?
Yes, it also struck the light post there at the intersection, causing that to break.
The second vehicle, you had the opportunity to observe that.
Yes.
Vehicle that was suspected to be involved in this collision?
I did.
And is this the one that you described as 3 houses down or a few houses down?
Correct.
All right, can you describe for me the make model of that vehicle, please?
That was a white Chevy Trailblazer. It was parked or came to final rest in the driveway as if it had been parked there.
And what, if anything, did you observe about the condition of that vehicle?
It had damage to the driver's door, and the driver's door actually was peeled off for the first responders to be able to extradite the driver of that vehicle.
I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit as far as time chronology. as part of your investigation as the accident investigator on this, did you have the occasion to seek out and obtain video relevant to this investigation?
I did.
Is that a part of, or something that you would normally do as part of a crash investigation?
It is.
Okay. Where did you obtain video from?
There was a mechanic shop on the northwest corner of the intersection.
Do you remember the name of the mechanic shop?
I do not recall, I apologize.
All right, and if I were to, the name of the mechanic shop, would that have been something you would have covered or detailed in your report on this matter?
Yes, I would have listed the location or where I got it from and who I obtained it from.
And so reviewing your report, would that help refresh your memory as
It
to the
would.
specific name of the mechanic shop?
Yes.
May I approach this witness?
You may.
Officer, I'm gonna underline a portion of your report. What I want you to do, okay, is just read it to yourself. And when you're done, look up to me, okay? Reviewing that, your report, does that help refresh your memory as to the name of the mechanic shop that you obtained
It
video
does.
from? What was the name?
Low cost auto repair.
Do you recall when specifically you obtained that video?
May 6th.
Are you guessing or
I'm trying to recall from my report, yes.
okay, are you uncertain as to this?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so if you,
Apologize.
that's okay. If I were, this specific date, would that help?
Yes, sir.
Would that be something that you put in your report?
Yes,
All right, so if you were to review your report, would that help refresh your memory as to the specific
would.
date? All right, so I'm on the same. May I reapproach?
You may.
All right, I've circled a portion of your report. If you just want to go ahead and review that, look up to me when you're done. All right, does that help refresh your memory as to
it does.
the date upon which you obtained the video?
Yes,
All right, what was the date?
May 10th.
And after obtaining the video, did you have the opportunity to review the video that you acquired?
I did.
And when you watched the video, was it relevant to your investigation?
It was.
In what way? Just generally speaking, without getting into the specifics.
It showed both vehicles, direction of travel, and the impact at time of crash.
All right, so generally speaking, the video depicted the accident before you arrived.
It did.
And prior to testifying, did you and I have the opportunity to review a portion of the video that you secured?
did.
All right. And specifically, and I'll note for the record, People's Proposed Exhibit 3. This item I have in my hand, is that a flash drive? Is it a yes?
Yes.
All right. And before you walked in, you and I had the opportunity to briefly look at the contents of the flash drive on People's Proposed 3.
Yes,
And it contained the video that you secured.
it did.
All right. People move for admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 3.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Without objection, People's proposed exhibit 3 is submitted into evidence.
Officer, do you see People's 3, the video on the screen in the courtroom?
I do.
And before it gets cut off. The full length of the video is how long? Can you see it from there? At bottom right-hand corner. I know that's very small.
I apologize. No, I cannot see that from there.
Is there, and so I'll move from that. Is there a date and time stamp on the video?
There is,
Okay, and where is that located on the video?
top left.
And can you read into the record, please, what the date and time stamp window indicates, please?
2022, May 2nd at 20:43.45.
And if you could indicate for the court, what are, sort of orient us a bit as to what we're looking at here in the video.
The roadway you see coming from the left side of the screen towards the top right corner, that is North Grand River Avenue.
So I'm gonna stop you right there. I want to make sure. So you said left to the top right, is this?
Yes,
All right, that's Grand River.
yes.
Okay, go ahead.
From the right side to the top left side is Willow.
So this, where I'm pointing here, the right side, going that direction?
Correct.
All right. Okay, go ahead. What else are we looking at?
We can clearly see the traffic signals for that particular intersection. And this is the parking lot of the low-cost auto repair shop.
When you say the traffic signals, are you referring to the items that are almost immediately right of the timestamp window?
Correct. The yellow traffic signals.
Certainly. All right. I'm gonna play. Okay, I'm gonna move. I'm gonna move the video forward and play People's 3 at approximately, we'll begin playing at approximately 43 seconds. I'm gonna pause it. I'm gonna pause People's 3. I'm at 106 and I'm gonna back up and go through parts of it. If you could describe for the judge what we just observed on People's 3, please.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So we saw the GMC traveling south on Grand River with a red light for its direction of travel. We then saw the Chevy Trailblazer traveling east on Willow with a green light for its direction of travel. As the two vehicles entered the intersection, the GM white pickup truck struck the driver's door area of the Trailblazer. It caused the truck to rotate approximately 180 degrees, facing in the opposite direction. It caused the Trailblazer to travel down Willow through the grass and end up parking, or coming to rest in a driveway approximately 3 houses down.
So People's 3, I have paused it at 58 seconds in. Do we see one of the suspected vehicles depicted here?
Yes, the white SUV is the Trailblazer on Willow traveling eastbound.
Where is that relative to the frame of the video?
It's to the right side.
Okay. I've now paused People's 3 at exactly 1 minute. What has another vehicle or vehicles entered the frame?
You have a white pickup truck traveling southbound on Grand, being followed by a red sedan.
And at present moment, what is, I think you referenced it, what is the light indicator for the white truck?
The traffic signal for the white SUV traveling on Willow is green. The traffic light signal for the white pickup truck traveling south on Grand River is red.
I paused it about, I'd say, a half a second ahead. What is being depicted here at that intersection?
This is approximately the moment of impact between the two vehicles in the intersection.
And at People's 3 at 1 minute and 3 seconds in, what do we see or have we witnessed at this point?
The white pickup truck is coming to rest at its location against the light post, and the white SUV is moments from rest in the driveway of the house.
All right, so I want to just sort of narrate this a bit for the record. So the white pickup truck comes to rest here where I'm pointing, is that correct?
Correct.
And for the record, that is immediately sort of above this white sedan that's parked in the parking lot.
Correct.
And then the white SUV is here where I'm pointing,
Correct.
which is sort of immediately to the right on the video of the white truck.
Yes.
Earlier in your testimony, I think it was when I was asking you to discuss some of the training and some of the steps that you take regarding crash investigation. I think you referenced or used the phrase black box.
Correct.
All right, what is that?
It's called, we call it a black box,
Okay,
but it's actually called the EDR,
okay, what is an EDR?
electronic data recorder.
Okay, and where would one find an EDR?
Each manufacturer places them differently within the vehicle, but typically they're within the channel between the driver and passenger seats.
Okay, so an EDR is something installed in a vehicle.
Yes, by the manufacturer.
Okay. In this case, were you involved with, or do you know if the EDR for the white truck was, I'll use the phrase processed?
It was.
Okay. Now, how is that, what sort of steps are taken in order to process an EDR for a vehicle?
We obtain the information from the EDR one of two ways, either consent from the vehicle owner or by a search warrant.
Okay. And did you obtain the search warrant?
I did.
And did you perform the extraction or the search of the EDR itself?
I did not. I called a trooper who was certified in being able to pull that information from the vehicle.
Okay.
I was with him at the time when the service of the warrant and the extraction of the data.
Do you remember the trooper's name?
Trooper Camp, Gregory Camp.
Thank you. No further questions.
Cross-examination, Mr. Nagel.
Not right now. Okay. No questions. Thank you.
May this witness be excused from the people?
Without objection from the people. Thank you.
Any objection to the witness being excused?
No objection. Your Honor.
Thank you, sir, for your appearance today. And people may call their next witness.
People call Officer William Turbo, and I will retrieve him.
All right. Officer Turbo, you come right up. I'm gonna have you stand right here, and I'm gonna have to indicate your first and last name for the record, spelling your last name.
William Turbo, T-E-R-V-O.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, please have a seat, witness, and please project for recording purposes, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Think so.
Mr. Stevens, you may proceed when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, are you employed?
Yes, I am.
How are you employed?
I'm a police officer with Lansing Police Department,
And how long have you been employed as an officer with Lansing Police Department?
just under 2 years.
Draw your attention to the date of May 2nd, 2022. Were you working on that day?
Yes, I was.
And what was your specific assignment on May 2nd, 2022?
I was assigned to patrol.
On May 2nd, 2022, did you have the occasion or were you dispatched to the area or intersection of Willow Street and North Grand River?
Yes, I was.
Is that within the boundary of the city of Lansing,
Yes, it is.
Bingham County?
Yes.
And could you please explain to the judge why you were dispatched to that specific area on May 2nd, 2022, please?
I was dispatched there for a 2-vehicle traffic crash.
And can you describe what you observed when you arrived to the scene? Please?
When I initially arrived on scene, I observed a white GMC pickup truck up against the light pole on the southeast corner of the intersection. At first, I did not see the other vehicle as it was a couple houses down. And then I went and talked to LFD to check on status of drivers.
Okay. There come a point where in trying to check on the status of the drivers, you had contact with somebody connected to or with the white GMC truck.
Yes,
Where did that contact occur?
on the sidewalk.
Of this, near this intersection?
Yeah, we were farther south of the intersection, closer to like Willow and Caesar Chavez, but still close to the initial scene, yes.
Okay, and how did you end up making contact with this person believed to have been associated with the white truck?
The driver was pointed out to me by a witness.
The individual that you made contact with, did you see that person in the courtroom today?
Yes, I did.
Would you please point that individual out and describe an article of clothing, please?
He's sitting next to his defense attorney wearing black hoodie and blue surgical mask.
Yeah, let the record reflect that Officer Turbo has identified the defendant in this matter.
Any objection to the witness identifying the defendant?
No objection here.
Okay, for purposes of prelim, the witness has identified the defendant.
When you first had contact with the defendant on May 2nd, 2022, can you describe, please, Judge Flores, anything that caught your attention about his physical appearance or observations?
First thing that caught my attention, he had a large bruise on the right side of his head. That was the first thing I noticed. I could smell the odor of beer on his breath. And those were the first things that initially caught my eye.
Okay. Now, when you had contact with the defendant, and did you speak with him?
Yes, I did.
When you were speaking with him, was he handcuffed or detained in any way?
No,
And were you alone, or did you have another officer with you?
there was another officer,
The name of that officer, if you recall?
Jonathan Bynum.
Bynum is Bynum.
Correct.
And was the defendant alone, or was he with somebody else?
There was a large group of people around us.
Okay.
In the area, so.
Anything, as you continued to talk with the defendant, I think you said one of the first things you noticed was the injury to his head and the odor. Did you, as you continued to talk with him, did you notice anything else about his physical appearance that caught your attention?
Not that I recall.
Anything about his eyes?
Yeah, they were glossy and bloodshot.
Was that an immediate observation or something later?
More as we kept talking, I noticed it.
Understood. Now, describe the interaction you had with the defendant, please.
Mr. Alvarado was very inconsistent with his statement, telling me that he was involved and then wasn't involved in the crash, told me somebody else was driving, but then ultimately admitted to driving the GMC Sierra. Multiple different statements about what actually happened.
Okay. Do you recall what when you first asked him about the accident, did he indicate first whether he was or was not involved? Do you remember?
I believe he told me he was not.
Okay. And then that changed?
Yes,
Okay. Did his statement regarding whether he was alone or with somebody else, did he make statements regarding that?
yes,
Did that change?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Did he identify who he was with?
He told me he was with his primo, but didn't like identify them by name or anything.
And what did you understand that to mean?
Cousin,
Okay. Did he ever indicate to you that he was with a female?
I don't believe so.
Okay. In speaking with him, did those inconsistencies factor into what you were assessing him for regarding level of intoxication?
Yes,
Okay, and how so?
just the different statements, not being able to stay on track, and what he actually told me regarding what happened didn't make any sense to what I was seeing on scene, so.
Okay. And did there ever come a point in your investigation where you were able to identify another person that was in the vehicle with, as identified by the defendant?
No.
From your investigation, did there come a point where you determined to and ultimately detained and arrested the defendant?
Yes,
And why is it that you ultimately detained and arrested the defendant?
I believed he was driving under the influence of alcohol.
Specifically, the white truck?
Yes,
And after arresting him, what steps did you take thereafter?
I obtained a search warrant for his blood.
Okay. And did you then what steps did you take to execute that search warrant for the defendant's blood?
I went to our headquarters and drafted a search warrant, sent it to the judge. Judge sent it back to me, and then the search warrant was executed at Sparrow Hospital.
And the execution of that is actually removing blood from the defendant's body.
Correct.
Were you present? I'm sorry, did you transport the defendant to Sparrow for that?
I did not.
Okay. Do you know who did?
Officer Mine.
Fine, very good. And to your knowledge, the results or the collected blood evidence was ultimately submitted to the Michigan State Police Forensic Laboratory for analysis?
To my knowledge, yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Cross examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Turbo, you said on direct exam that you noticed a large bruise to the defendant's head.
Correct.
Did you also notice a laceration to his head?
I can't recall.
But you did notice that he had a severe enough head injury.
Yes.
Do you remember whether or not, let me rephrase, you did not perform standard field sobriety tests at the time of the interaction, correct?
Correct.
And the reason for that is because the head injury was severe enough, in your opinion, that he needed treatment, correct?
Correct.
Do you have experience with people suffering concussions?
I'm not a medical professional, so no, other than the concussion I had myself, no.
Okay, so you yourself suffered a concussion at some point.
Yeah.
All right, so you're aware then that confusion is a symptom of concussions?
Yes.
Glossy eyes can also be a symptom of concussion.
Yes.
And you did mention on direct that the statements you were getting from Mr. Alvarado were quite inconsistent, right?
Yes.
I think at some point there was even confusion as to whether or not he was involved in an accident. Do you recall that? Let me rephrase. I'm sorry. He made a statement that he did not know that there was an accident, correct?
he denied being involved.
And at the time you made that denial, there were ambulances surrounding you?
At least one,
You were in your uniform, correct?
yes,
The accident was within sight, correct?
yes,
I believe the victim's vehicle was just across the street from you, correct?
yeah,
So there were very obvious indicators that there was an accident right in the midst of where you were standing, correct?
yes,
And he seemed confused about whether or not there was an accident, based on your question.
yes,
So as you said on direct, that he was making comments that just didn't make sense.
yes,
While you were conducting your investigation, you received information that more than one person exited the pickup truck, correct?
yes,
And in fact, during the course of your investigation, you learned that it's possible that the defendant was in the passenger seat at the time of the accident.
Objection, hearsay.
Response?
Um, I'll withdraw, Your Honor.
Objection sustained.
But you do recall learning that more than one person was in the vehicle.
yes,
And based on the information you were learning, it was unclear to you who was driving, correct?
initially, yes,
Based on the information you were learning, you couldn't rule out somebody else driving, correct?
no, I could rule it out.
That's super. Thank you very much. No further questions. Your Honor.
Redirect?
When you spoke with the defendant, did he narrate events that preceded the accident?
What do you mean by that? Like,
Did he describe, was he able to articulate things that happened before the actual collision?
yes,
Like what?
he told me that he was driving northbound on Grand River. And that he wasn't paying attention to his vehicle, but he was paying attention to the road. And that when he went through the intersection, the light was green and yellow.
Was he able to articulate what vehicle was associated with him?
Yes,
Which one?
the white GMC pickup truck.
Was he able to articulate who owned that vehicle?
I believe he said it was his father's truck.
Okay. So he was able to clearly articulate to you events that preceded and led up to the collision.
Yes,
That day, were you wearing to your knowledge, a body worn camera?
yes,
And that body worn camera records the events as you are sort of in real time as you're working.
yes,
And have you had the opportunity to review that before today's date? If you recall?
not that I recall.
Okay. I have marked what I will, at this point, walk through some foundation, people's proposed exhibit 5. Without playing parts of it, I think we can lay some foundation to this with this officer. Sorry, Sean, I didn't need this. It happens.
04.
I'm going to show just a single pause screenshot from People Post 5. You see that on your screen?
Yes.
And the person that's immediately in front of this video, is that the defendant in this matter?
Yes.
I'm going to advance it. The video indicates at 5 minutes and 26 seconds. This video, who is on the right-hand side of this video, another officer?
Yes, that's Officer Bynum.
You testified earlier, that's who you were with that evening, correct?
Correct.
On the left-hand side, is that the same individual we saw a moment ago, the defendant in this matter?
Yes.
And up in the right-hand corner is the timestamp of the Axon body camera of May 2nd, 2022. Is that
Yeah.
correct?
Yes.
So based on what you see, just without playing the video, this appeared to People's Proposed 5 appear to be your body camera footage from that date.
Yes.
People move for admission of People's Proposed 5.
Any objection to People's Proposed Exhibit 5?
I am going to object, Your Honor. The reason being is the officer identified as Officer Bynum during this interaction. He does make some hearsay statements. It'd be inexcusable hearsay. However, rather than playing the video, I would have no objection to the people just asking the officer about the relevant portions under the party opponent exception. But I would object to playing the video because it does include some inadmissible hearsay.
Response to the objection.
I guess without the specifics as to what Mr. Bynum says, because certainly if Officer Bynum says something that elicits a response from the defendant, that's being offered or used for a non-hearsay purpose. Moreover, while there may be some other statements outside of that, and I don't disagree with Mr. Nagel that some of them may be hearsay, short of splicing everything piece by piece, I am certain that this court, and Mr. Nagel is certainly entitled to, and I welcome him to stand up and object to, and I can pause at any point to those things that Officer Bynum may say, but this court can certainly remove away from the evaluation of this evidence anything that would be ruled inadmissible hearsay from Officer Bynum's standpoint.
Okay.
So with that sort of what basically a 104 analysis as to some of this foundationally, I would still move for admission.
I'm gonna admit People's Exhibit 5. I'll entertain any objection during the playing of the video to any comments that are hearsay comments. And then I'll rule for the record whether they're used for the offer for the truth or opponent or admission of party opponent. We'll cover the hearsay as it comes up, but I'll admit it for purposes. I'll admit it as an exhibit to number 5. And then, Mr. Nagel, you can make your objections accordingly.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, you may proceed, Mr. Stevens.
Thank you, Your Honor. So on People's 5, I have it paused at 5 minutes and 17 seconds. I'll start playing here.
I seen it. Okay, were you in one of the cars? So we have other people saying that you were involved.
Saying that you were the one.
And you got a pretty bad.
Your Honor, right.
So the objection is to the question. Some people are saying that, so Mr. Byram's statement there.
The objection is correct. Yes, I believe the statements, if I heard correctly, because I know it's coming up. I believe the statement was, people said they saw you driving.
Right.
This is unsubstantiated and it's a hearsay statement.
All right, a response, Mr. Stevens.
Thank you. The way I take that statement is a question to the defendant, specifically Officer Bynum's verbal statement is on the heels of what I think preceded it 1 second before that, which is Officer Turbo sort of saying the exact same thing, asking, were you in one of those vehicles? And so I'm not offering it to prove, I'll say that now, I'm not offering to prove that this defendant was in fact in the vehicle. Rather, it is being offered to demonstrate and really provide context to what follows, which is the defendant's statement.
So with the understanding, there's some question as to whether it's a question or whether, because he's saying a lot of people said, I heard that, and then asked a question. It's not offered for the truth, so I'm not taking it substantively. I'm looking at it as something as an effect on the listener to ask follow-up questions in regards to the investigation. So I don't find it to be hearsay, as it's not being offered for the truth. It's also being asked of the defendant in an opposing party situation. So it's not hearsay in regards to, but the question itself does contain hearsay statements. That is fair.
Just as a matter of clarification, my objection is not to the question or the statement from Officer Turbo. It was the assertion offered by Officer Bynum. If we were in understanding that then
Right.
then just want to point.
Yeah, there's hearsay in the question itself, which creates the problem. So with that, I'll take it as a question. It's not offered for the truth, and you may proceed, Mr. Stevens. The objection's overruled.
I backed it up, and I'm going to resume a few seconds. I'm going to resume playing People's 5 at 5 minutes and 22 seconds in. So there might be a little bit of overlap from before.
So we have other people saying that you were involved.
Saying that you were the one.
And you got a pretty bad bump on your head. So
Yeah, and I'm pretty intimidated about it.
Intimidated about what?
Because the whole incident has happened. It sucks.
Which car were you in?
I was in my white truck.
There's two white trucks.
My dad's truck.
The Trailblazer or the other
the white truck.
Okay, were you driving? You were?
Is there anyone in the car with you? I'm home with me. Yes.
Where's he at?
3 out of 31.
I thought he was right here. He's hurt, so he may have, I don't know if he's really hurt.
Been holding for about an hour and a half. But I have to check that I have
No intimidation, none of that. No. Cover. There's a lot of black people out here, so you're gonna have to be more specific.
What's he wearing?
I ain't think not to that.
You got your ID on you, man?
Yes.
So you were in the white truck? Which way were you going?
North.
Okay.
I'm very nervous. Turn right now.
Which
turn?
Okay. And what happened?
Miscommunication.
What do you mean by that?
That I wasn't paying attention to my view.
What were you paying attention to?
To my road.
Your what?
To the road. But I wasn't looking to the right and left. That was my fault.
What color was the light when you came up to it?
It was green and yellow.
Well, it can't be green and yellow. It can only
But
be
it
one.
was green at first, then it switched to yellow.
Okay. So how'd the accident happen?
What else?
The traffic crash?
I didn't crash into it.
There's two vehicles involved. Have you been drinking today, sir?
I wasn't driving.
You just told me you were driving.
All right.
So were you driving or were you not driving?
Well, it's my vehicle, but
I didn't ask if it was your vehicle. I asked if you were driving.
No.
So who was driving?
My primo. My phone is ringing. Am I able to look at it?
Not right now.
So why do people keep saying that you're the one that was driving? Because it's my vehicle. It wouldn't.
That's the hearsay, once again, that I would object to.
All right, response?
Same, and that is in fact a question, but I understand the question is sort of loaded with some information, the way it's framed. Same response, but I'll defer to the court.
All right, so I understand the nature of the objection. I'll sustain the objection as to other people say, which is obviously hearsay. But it is a question, so it's not offered for the truth at this time. So I'm going to allow so I'll sustain the objection with that understanding. It's not being used substantively, and I'll allow the people to continue playing the video.
Your Honor, at that point, I don't. With Mr. Nagel, I sort of asked him if he wanted any additional play. I'm not going to resume playing People's 5 at this point.
All right.
Officer, what we just watched was your interaction with the defendant, correct?
Yes.
And I think I asked you earlier when you first asked the defendant if he was involved in this, your recollection was that he initially denied that, correct?
Correct.
Did that, your recollection change having observed People's 5?
Yes.
He, in fact, said the opposite of what you testified to. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. In fact, when you first asked him, you and Officer Bynum asked him, he immediately acknowledged being in the white truck.
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any cross-examination of Mr. Nagel?
Just one request, Your Honor. What is also observed in that video is his state of confusion, correct?
Yeah.
Just like we've already testified about, and his answers are quite inconsistent, are they not?
Yes.
That's it. Thank you.
May this witness be excused from the people,
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
from defense?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, witness, thank you for your appearance today. You're excused. Thank you. And the people may call their next witness.
Thank you. The people call Trooper Greg Camp.
Mr. Stevens?
No.
There we go.
Trooper Camp, you can come forward. I'm gonna have you stand right here. I'm gonna have you state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Gregory Camp, K-A-M-P.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Okay, have a seat here. Please project for audio purposes. And Mr. Stevens, you may proceed when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, are you employed?
I am
How are you employed?
with the Michigan State Police as a sergeant.
And how long have you been employed with the Michigan State Police?
12 years.
And how long have you been assigned as a sergeant, or as the rank of a sergeant?
3 years.
What is your current assignment with the state police?
As a traffic crash reconstruction. I do that full time
Okay. And how long have you had that assignment?
for 4 years.
4 years. Briefly, if you could describe the training that you received in order to be or have hold the position or assignment of an accident reconstruction or investigator.
We have 8 weeks of training in traffic crash reconstruction specifically. So beginning with a 2-week course called at scene investigation, and then a 2-week course for technical crash investigation. And then traffic crash reconstruction is another 2-week course. Specifically, I have training in crash data retrieval with the airbag control modules, training detailing how to analyze that data, further training on specific types of crashes, and then some more specialty classes that dive into the analysis of the data from airbag control.
And how many, in your 4 years, how many traffic collisions have you been called upon to involve yourself as an investigator?
Approximately 400.
Okay. Have you ever been received as an expert in any court?
I have in trying to remember if it was Ann Arbor. I believe it was Washington County.
Okay. How many times do you know?
One time.
Just that one time? All right. Your Honor, at this point, I would move based on the training experience thus far testified to by Sergeant Camp. He received as an expert in what I'll call crash investigation.
So motion to admit the witness as an expert in the field of crash investigation. Any objection, Mr. Nagel?
Not for purposes of exam.
Okay, so for purpose of examination, the witness is admitted as an expert in the field of crash investigation.
Thank you, Your Honor. Trooper, were you called upon to assist with a collision with the Lansing Police Department in and around May of 2022?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in what way were you called upon to assist with that investigation?
I was asked to image the airbag control module in one of the vehicles involved in that crash.
Okay, when you say image the airbag control module, what does that mean?
The airbag control module in the vehicle is designed to deploy the airbags if there's a crash.
Okay.
And so the airbag control module analyzes the severity of the crash, analyzes the condition of the seat belts and seat sensors, and makes a decision on which airbags to deploy and when to deploy them. A function of the airbag control module is to record data surrounding the crash.
Okay.
So there's really two parts to that. Part of it is the airbag control module is recording data all of the time. If a crash occurs, it saves that data. That's called pre-crash data. In addition to that, the airbag control module also records data that details the dynamics of the crash. So which direction did the force come from? How severe was the force? And then it indicates what the airbag control module did about it. So did it deploy airbags? Which airbags did it deploy?
If I were to use the phrase black box, is that what we're talking about here?
Yes.
Okay, so that's sort of a layperson's nomenclature for the airbag control module that you're imaging.
Yes.
And when you say imaging, what does that mean?
That means I am copying the data from that device without altering it in any way.
Okay.
There is a company called Bosch Crash Data Retrieval that makes the software and hardware to retrieve that data.
And Bosch is B-O-S-C-H.
It is.
And did you take those steps as you've described as part or assisting with the LPD investigation?
I did.
Was that done, or I'm sorry, under what legal authority was that imaging done?
As ordered by a search warrant.
Okay. And were you joined, did you do this by yourself? Were you joined by anybody with the Lansing Police Department?
I was joined by Officer Vandervoort.
Okay, and is he a part of an area crash investigation team?
Yes.
Is that somebody you've worked with before?
I have.
Okay. And when you image a airbag control module, does that ultimately result in sort of a hard copy, what I'll call a report, or something that can be read or reviewed?
It does. It produces several reports. One of them is a PDF document, which is the document I normally submit.
Okay.
At the tail end of that document is what's called hexadecimal data. That's the raw data.
Okay.
The front half of the report is the interpretation of that data.
All right. So I'm going to hand you, if I may approach this witness.
You may.
I'm going to hand you what has been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 4. Do you recognize, I know you're looking through it now, do you recognize what is contained in People's Proposed 4?
Yes, sir.
And how is it that you recognize that?
This is the report generated from the 2017 GMC Sierra that was involved in this crash.
All right, and this was the report generated after you imaged the airbag control module of that specific vehicle?
Yes, sir.
All right. People move for admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 4.
Any objection to the admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 4?
None for the exam, Your Honor.
Without objection for purposes of preliminary examination, Exhibit 4 is admitted into evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. So a couple things I want to go over quickly, and then I have some specifics I want to ask you from the report. Now, you said the sort of the back end of the report has the, you said hexadecimal data, which is the raw data from the control module.
Yes, sir.
Right. And then the front half of the report is the interpretation of that raw data.
That's correct.
Do you do the interpretation, or is it the software created by Bosch that does that sort of interpretation?
The software takes care of that.
All right, and then you are trained in your expert capacity to sort of review the interpreted data, and you can now sort of explain to us what some of this information means.
Yes, sir.
All right, very good. So starting with the first page, and I would just indicate for the record, People's 4 is 41 pages in total. starting with the first page, at the top, does it have some sort of identifiers indicating who did this imaging on what vehicle and vehicle identifiers?
Yes, sir. It has the user indicated on the second line. That's myself.
It's actually Special Sergeant Camp, correct?
That's correct.
All right, so we've sort of demoted you momentarily.
That's okay. I'm
Sorry.
Always a trooper, sir.
Very good, thank you. And then as for identifiers regarding this specific vehicle,
That's correct. It has the user entered VIN, and then on a subsequent page is a VIN, an additional VIN that was read from the airbag control module.
okay, so it's sort of a redundancy to double check that we're sort of looking at the same vehicle.
Yes.
So, Sergeant, I want to direct your attention specifically to a couple things on page 5. So on page 5, there's a sort of large heading. It reads system status at event, paren, event record 1. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And immediately below that in sort of the table, the first line, does it read event record type?
Yes, sir.
And it has deployment as an event record type.
Yes, sir.
What does that mean?
That means that this record, so what follows detailing event record 1 is a deployment type event. So that the module can record non-deployment events and deployment events. Deployment events are where an airbag or a seatbelt pretensioner are deployed. Non-deployment event is enough to wake up the module and record data, but not deploy any devices.
Okay, so deployment is airbag, and I think you said seatbelt
Pretensioner.
What is that?
That is also a pyrotechnic device, so it's an explosive charge that cinches the seatbelt down to keep occupants safe if the module believes there's a crash imminent or occurred.
Very good. So I'm going to move you down about 6 lines from the top. There's within the table, there's a heading or a notation regarding deployment event counter. You see that?
Yes, sir.
What is the entry associated with deployment event counter?
1.
And what is that telling us from the image of this module?
That there's 1 deployment event recorded in the module.
And for that vehicle. I'm going to move you down further in the page. I would say it's about a little more than halfway down. There's a heading or notation that says passenger seat occupancy status. You see that?
I do.
Okay, what is being noted, or what sort of data is being sort of interpreted here under the heading of passenger seat occupancy status?
That refers to the front seat passenger, the front passenger seat, I should say.
Okay.
It's recorded as empty, which means it doesn't have any weight on it.
And that is a notation at the time of the deployment event.
Yes, sir.
All right. 2 lines below that, is there a heading entitled passenger airbag on indicator status?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what is that a reference to?
That indicates whether the passenger side front airbag is enabled or not.
Okay. So again, I'm not trained in this. Am I correct to say that the passenger airbag on indicator status is that little yet orange light that will illuminate in my vehicle if there is a front seat passenger seated in that specific chair?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so what is the notation or the status of the indicator light for the passenger seat for this vehicle at the time of the deployment?
It indicates the passenger airbag is not enabled or off.
Okay, so the orange light, as I know it, is not illuminated at the time.
Yes, sir. I hesitated because some vehicles turn on when it's enabled, some vehicles turn off, and I don't recall which is which.
Sorry, and I know I'm sort of extrapolating my specific vehicle. I am going to now, if I could, please draw your attention to page 7. I'd say about halfway down. Actually, hold on. Page 7 has a sub or a heading, event data, paren, event record 1. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then there's a smaller table that follows that heading.
Yes, sir.
Right now, about halfway down, there's a long notation. I'm going to read frontal airbag deployment, time to first stage deployment, right front passenger, paren, passenger first stage time from time 0 to deployment, command criteria met, paren, MSEC. This stands for milliseconds. Okay, so what is this notation telling us?
It indicates data is not available, and it's not available because the passenger front airbag was not deployed.
Okay. And then there's another notation immediately below that line. I'm not going to read. Actually, strike that. I will read it. Sorry. It reads frontal airbag deployment, time to second stage, right front passenger, paren, passenger second stage time from 0 to deployment, command criteria met, paren, milliseconds, or MSEC. And then what is the notation for that?
That is also data not available. So the first stage and the second stage were not deployed.
Okay. So that is, am I to understand those notations as a direct indicator that the front passenger airbags did not deploy in this vehicle at the deployment event?
Yes, sir.
And that is sort of consistent with what we went through on page 5, which is at the time of the occupancy, at the time of the event, the passenger seat was noted as empty and the status indicator light was turned off.
Yes, sir.
Those are all sort of consistent findings. Thank you. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Was it Officer, or excuse me, Sergeant Camp, correct?
That's correct, sir.
So Sergeant Camp, this data is in reference to the GMC Sierra, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that GMC Sierra, that's a 4-door pickup truck, right?
I don't recall. I would have to refresh myself by looking at pictures.
Have you seen the vehicle?
Yeah, it was a year.
If you saw a photo of the vehicle, would it refresh your memory?
Yes, sir.
I've been there.
I'm gonna do it less complicated. Sorry. Sergeant, I beg your pardon. Please bear with me.
No problem, sir.
I got it back up. Everything I printed was that's not that helpful. I'll just show him. This is from the impound lot. And then I'll just show him. That's fine. Permission to approach, Your
You may.
Honor? I am showing you photos that were turned over in discovery. Do you recognize these photos?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe what they are?
Photos of a white GMC Sierra, and they, this picture in particular, is what I remember.
Okay. And does this look like the, okay. And then how many doors do you see?
4 doors, sir.
Okay, thank you. Sergeant, as I go through the Bosch report, I see data for the driver's seat and the passenger seat and the airbags associated with both of those seats, but I don't see any data for the back row seating.
That's correct.
So there is no information indicating whether or not there was a passenger in the back row, correct?
Correct.
I think it's all right. Thank you very much. Sorry.
Thank you, sir.
Any redirect, Mr. Stevens?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
May this witness be excused from the people?
Without objection. Thank you.
Any defense?
No objection.
All right, sir, you are free to leave. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Stevens, any further witnesses?
None, Your Honor, thank you.
Do the people rest at this time?
Yes.
Any proof from the defense?
One, Your Honor, the defense would call Jerry Hilliard.
All right.
And I can, yeah, I think so.
Your Honor, consistent, I want to be consistent with the court's order and certainly Mr. Nagel. Mom is in the courtroom now. Would you like me to have mom removed or?
No objection to the mother.
All right, all right.
Very good.
You can walk right up.
Let's say so it's Mr. Hilliard.
Yeah,
Please come up here. Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Jerry Hilliard, Hilliard.
All right, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
All right, have a seat here. And please project for recording purposes. And Mr. Nagel, you may proceed when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sorry, bear with me just 1 second. I'll get this queued up. Mr. Hilliard, you were the driver of the Trailblazer, and this was on May 2nd of last year. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And while you were occupied, and you were driving that vehicle on May 2nd of 2022, and you are in fact the occupant of that vehicle at the time of an accident that occurred at the intersection of North Grand Avenue and Willow in the city of Lansing.
My dad was the occupant of the vehicle, yes.
I am going to direct your attention to what has been admitted as in People's Exhibit 3. Okay. I got queued up on this.
Oh, well, we've got the minute. I'm just fine for it.
I appreciate it. Yeah, just same portion.
Okay.
Mr. Hilliard, we're going to put up what has been previously admitted as People's Exhibit 3. This is a video from a security camera that recorded the accidents.
So I have it at, oh, sorry. Wait a second. Yeah, I just want to. There you go. I have it at 46 seconds. Is that where you want me to start it?
That's fine.
Is that okay? You want me to play it?
Yes, please.
So Exhibit 3 is playing.
And can you pause right there? Mr. Hilliard, as you look to the right side of the video, is this your vehicle?
Yes.
And this road that you're on, that is Willow, is that correct?
Yes,
And you are driving eastbound, is that correct?
yeah.
Okay.
How long you want to play it?
Just until the accident comes through.
Till it comes to the rest?
Yes, please.
Okay.
There. Okay, that's good. Okay. And so as you enter the intersection, you are almost immediately struck from the driver's side of the vehicle. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Do you remember?
No, I don't remember none of it.
You don't remember any of that? Okay. Your Honor, permission to approach?
May.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as defense proposed exhibit A.
I think it's already received, isn't it? A is.
I think A has been admitted.
Okay, this is admitted defense exhibit A. Do you recognize what this is a picture of?
Yeah.
Can you describe it for the court?
Picture of an intersection.
Okay, and do you recognize what road this is here?
Yes, it's Willow.
And
Grand River.
okay, Grand River. And can you indicate for me, please, at the intersection, the direction with an arrow with the direction you were traveling along the road, please? The intersection. Thank you, sir. Now I'm going to show you two more pictures. Do you recognize what this is a photo of?
An intersection, yeah.
Okay, and can you make out this road sign here somewhat?
I think it's Willow.
Okay.
That's defense exhibit B.
This is proposed defense
Exhibit,
exhibit B. This has
okay.
not been admitted yet.
All right.
Does this photograph fairly and accurately represent how this intersection looks to you on May 2nd, 2022?
Yeah.
Your Honor, we would move for the admissal of defense proposed exhibit B.
Admission to admit proposed exhibit B, defense exhibit B. Any objection from the people?
Just a brief one here.
You may.
Thank you. This is what the intersection looks like, correct? From what you remember?
What I remember, yeah.
Okay, but do you know, was this taken on May 2nd?
I'm not for sure if it was or
Okay,
not.
did you take this picture?
No,
Okay, so anything further about this picture, do you have any knowledge about?
no.
All right. With, I'll defer to the court regarding admission.
All right. With that understanding, the court will allow, through the foundation laid, that is a photograph and it's fair and accurate representation of the intersection. But we don't know when it was taken and we don't have a background, but we'll allow defense exhibit B to be admitted into evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. And just one other, can you make out what this is a photograph of?
Yeah, it's an intersection of Willow.
And can you tell what road this is by its appearance?
Looks like Grand River.
Okay, and why can you tell why you think that's Grand River?
Bridge.
Because of the bridge? Okay, so does this fairly and accurately represent what the intersection looks like as you're looking left at that same intersection?
Yeah.
Your Honor, defense would move to admit defense proposed exhibit C into evidence.
All right, Mr. Stevens?
I'm gonna ask the same one here
All right.
questions if you don't mind. Do you know when this picture was taken?
No,
Did you take this picture?
no.
Okay, and as to any information regarding when this picture was taken, do you have any knowledge of it?
No,
Okay, so and I guess let me back up as it relates to both of these. You're familiar with the intersection of Willow and Grand River before this date, is that
Yes.
fair? So you've been through that intersection before?
yes.
All right. Again, I'll defer to the court.
All right, with that understanding, I think foundation's been laid in regards to that being the actual intersection. But we don't have a date and he didn't take the photograph. I'll admit it as People's Exhibit C.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Hilliard, as you look at these photographs, for demonstrative purposes, it looks like when you're at this intersection prior to approaching the intersection and crossing, you can see relatively clearly to the left, correct?
Yes.
There's nothing that bars your line of
No.
view. So as we saw the video in question, or the video of the accident, it looks like as you're struck on the left-hand side of the vehicle, you didn't slow down just prior to that accident, correct?
No.
In fact, it looks like you probably didn't see that pickup truck coming at you just prior to the accident, correct?
No.
So would you say that that vehicle came out of nowhere to your perspective?
Profession, yes.
Do you recall on that day whether or not you looked to the left prior to entering the intersection?
I'm not for sure.
You don't remember whether or not
No,
you
I
looked
don't,
before
I don't
entering?
remember.
Okay. Okay, fair enough. All right. Thank you, Mr. Hilliard. That's all I have now.
Any cross-examine, Mr. Stevens?
None, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, may this witness be excused from the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
People?
Without objection.
Okay, you're excused, sir.
And defense restroom.
All right. Defense rests, motion from the people.
Thank you, Your Honor. The people will move to bind over the complaint as charged. By way of argument, there are two main points that I want to first cover. It's certainly clear, and I think this court can already figure out the issue that really is the crux of this bind over, which is, was the defendant operating this vehicle? If the court in fact finds the defendant operates this vehicle, let me briefly then go through the jury instructions relative to this case, which will take me to the second part that I need to address. So jury instructions are, first, the defendant operated a motor vehicle, which I pointed out is, at least in the people's position, the crux of the argument, or the crux of this exam. Second, defendant operated a vehicle on a highway or other place generally open to the public. Without a doubt, if the court finds the defendant was operating that vehicle, element 2 is met. Third, the defendant was intoxicated. That is, the defendant operated a vehicle with a body alcohol content of 0.08 grams or more of blood. People's Exhibit 1, which I haven't yet published to the court, but I would indicate by way of argument, indicates that the blood alcohol content of the defendant, who was identified here today and name identified, is that of 0.137 grams of alcohol per blood. So certainly satisfies the third element. Fourth, the defendant voluntarily decided to drive knowing that he or she consumed alcohol and might be intoxicated. Certainly that testimony, the evidence that exhibits him driving, if the court does in fact find that the defendant was operating that white truck, the GMC truck, from People's 3 and the People's 1, the blood alcohol, would satisfy the fourth element. Sixth, that the defendant's operation of the vehicle caused a serious impairment to bodily function to the injured person, and that would be Mr. Hilliard, who just testified a moment ago. Now, this hasn't been the subject of extensive questioning thus far, but to the fifth element, I would draw the court's attention to People's admitted exhibit number 2, which is the medical records associated with Mr. Hilliard in this case. As to the sixth element, the statute indicates a serious impairment of body function includes, but is not limited to, one or more of the following. Specifically in subparagraph F, a comatose state that lasts for more than 3 days. Again, I can either bring however the court would like me to handle it, because we haven't necessarily presented all of the records to the court by way of either on the television. But what I would indicate for the record, contained within People's Exhibit 2, the medical records for the victim in this matter, if the court were to review the following pages from the medical record, pages 214, 221, 240, and 276, the court would note very simply that Mr. Hilliard was in a comatose state during, as listed on each one of those pages. On page 214, it indicates that Mr. Hilliard was in a comatose state on hospital day 3. On page 221, the medical records from Mr. Hilliard from Sparrow Hospital, People's Exhibit 2, indicates that Mr. Hilliard was in a comatose state on hospital day 4. On page 240, the medical records from Mr. Hilliard indicate that he was comatose on hospital day 5. And finally, and I actually stopped at page 276, but on 276, it also indicates that Mr. Hilliard was still in a comatose state on that day. So certainly, at a minimum, the people's admitted exhibit number 2 establishes that the operation of the vehicle, in this case, caused the bodily function of Mr. Hilliard. I would also note specifically on page 25 of the medical records, as if I needed further proof of serious impairment, there are notes from medical staff that indicate the following. Quote, patient presented to trauma severe S-/P MVC motor vehicle collision, suffered severe traumatic brain injury and currently comatose. Will definitely need trach/PEG, but what functioning will return is uncertain. Patient will likely require 24-hour care in facility lifelong. So I certainly think the 5th element by way of the medical records, People's 2 has been satisfied. So as this court is, as I started, as this court can see, the ultimate issue in this case was the defendant operating the motor vehicle, the white GMC truck that caused this accident, that blew through the red light, that collided with the white Trailblazer that was operated and occupied with Mr. Hilliard, was that the defendant? Evidence that goes to that is primarily the testimony of Officer Turbo and his body-worn camera. What I, and certainly don't dispute, and people played portions where the defendant immediately acknowledged that he was driving the truck. When the first time it was asked, he said that was his truck, that he was in it. He narrates events leading up to it. Certainly it describes or can be characterized as confused, and then later denies. Certainly it's not the first time in history where somebody that is sort of realizing that they're being or are the target of an investigation somehow deny involvement. What I ultimately point to, however, is, and why I asked Officer Turbo about his physical condition, is one of the immediate things that Officer Turbo noted was the head injury that the defendant had sustained as a result, and nobody else, as Officer Turbo and Officer Vandervoorty indicated, nobody else was transported to the hospital but this defendant, Mr. Hilliard. And so while the defendant's statements certainly put himself in the car, are a subject of debate, there is circumstantial evidence that further indicate that the defendant's immediate statement that he was in fact driving or in that car, that circumstantial evidence, the head injury, substantiate or corroborate that fact. What also corroborates that fact and also undermines some of the, what I'll say is quote unquote confusion exhibited by the defendant, is the fact that he, at least what the portion of the video that we showed the court, at least once indicates there's somebody else in that car. But the airbag deployment module shows this court, at least from a front passenger standpoint, that is not accurate, and essentially eliminates any other person in the front passenger seat of this vehicle. And so those pieces overlaid with the defendant's statement, and I know we only played it once, but I, to the extent the court needs to, implore the court to review that statement again, because not only does he initially acknowledge it, but then when the officers confirm or ask for confirmation, was he in fact the driver, the defendant hangs his head, looks at the officers and shakes his head in affirmation, only to then later, as it becomes clear that he's the subject of the investigation, starts to back off of that. And so for those reasons, the people believe, at least to a probable cause standard, that the defendant was in fact the operator of that motor vehicle, which would then satisfy element one. And consequently, the remaining elements, as I've articulated, flow from that, warranting then all of the, warranting then my motion that count one and count two be bound over as charged. Certainly, if the court has any questions for me, or for instance, if the court wanted me to demonstrate or show pages of the medical records, people's too, I can do that very quickly on the screen. Just, I guess, for record's sake, I don't know if Mr. Nagle is disputing my recitation of that, so, but I'll open to the court. Thank you.
All right, so the motion for bind over is made. I will take people's exhibits 1 and 2. You may. Thank you. And then response to motion for bind over, Mr. Nagel.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would acknowledge that, you know, the standard today is probably cost standard. We do acknowledge that that is a low standard compared to the standards at trial in proving guilt. But even for purposes of probable cause, the defense does argue that the statements made by the defendant on which it appears that the prosecution hangs the majority of their argument, just unreliable. In fact, as the court saw in the body cam footage offered through Officer Turbo, the very first statement the defendant made was, "I saw it," which just goes to illustrate that and what the court saw in the video. The defendant at the time, immediately following the accident, was obviously very confused. He had a noticeable head wound. He was removed from the site, from the scene, to be treated at the hospital for a serious enough head wound that the officer, after questioning him, stopped his investigation in order so that Mr. Alvarado could receive medical treatment. So from that perspective, Your Honor, we would argue that there's insufficient evidence to support probable cause that Mr. Alvarado was operating the vehicle at the time on May 2nd, 2022. Even if the court disagrees, we would argue relevance in both counts, operating while intoxicated, causing serious injury. The causation element is important in this matter. Under the criminal jury instructions and under case law in Michigan, both the legal and the proximate cause must be proven by the prosecution. And in these cases, it's admitted that ordinarily the causation element is viewed from a strict liability point of view, unless there is some sort of intervening cause that supersedes the causal element. And I direct the court's attention to People v. Schaefer. That's at 473 Michigan, page 418, and then specifically pages 437 through 438. This is a case law from 2005. And also for plainer clarification, this is a case that has been overruled in part by a section that has nothing to do with the rule that I'm referring to. So the Schaefer rule on causation still stands. And the court ruled in that case that a victim's injury must be a direct and natural result of the defendant's actions, and that it is necessary to examine whether there was an intervening cause that supersedes the defendant's conduct, such that the causal link between the defendant's conduct and the victim's injury was broken. If an intervening cause did indeed supersede the defendant's act as a legally significant causal factor, then the defendant's conduct will not be deemed a proximate cause of the victim's injury. In defense exhibits A through C, it was our intention to illustrate that this is a wide open intersection with a clear view to the left and the right. In this case, the accident came from the left. Mr. Hilliard testified that from what he viewed in the video, it is clear that he did not see the vehicle coming from his left. But given the nature of the intersection, had Mr. Hilliard done his due diligence as an operator of a motor vehicle on a public road, looked to his left prior to entering an intersection, even if he does have the right of way, it's still, the onus is still on the operator of the vehicle to not make themselves an obstacle to oncoming traffic in the case that there's a runaway vehicle coming from the left. The defense admittedly has not been able to find a case on point for the criminal matter, but in civil law, in civil matters, just with respect to the duty of the operator of a vehicle entering an intersection. The Supreme Court of Michigan has ruled, we have repeatedly held that one must look before entering a place of possible danger, such as crossing an intersection, and maintain observation while crossing. I'm citing Carrie v. DeRose. This is 286 Michigan, page 321, pin site to 323. This is a case from 1938, but it is still legally binding today. This just illustrates the responsibility on the operator of any vehicle prior to entering an intersection, that they look and not make themselves an obstacle. Even though the light clearly indicated that Mr. Hilliard had the right of way entering the intersection, he still should have been able to see this oncoming traffic and take an action to avoid the accident on his own part. Because we take the position that severs the causation, we would argue that if the court does decide there's probable cause to support that Mr. Alvarado may have been the operator of that vehicle, we would argue that bind over is inappropriate and that this should remain in the district court for operating while intoxicated and or reckless driving instead of the felony count for which he's currently charged.
Thank you, counsel. And I will take exhibits A, B, and C.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach?
You may. Response to the objection to bind over from the people.
The only thing I will sort of address is the intervening and superseding event. I think People's Exhibit 3 clearly indicate that there was effectively nothing that Mr. Hilliard could have done as that white GMC blazes through a red stoplight and T-bones him. There's been no legal authority given that Mr. Hilliard is in fact the one that should have avoided this accident. And so given that there's no legal authority, no criminal authority, and even the civil authority from 38 and unclear if it even applies to motor vehicle accidents, that argument frankly isn't persuasive and I don't think is in any way controlling in this matter, precisely the reason why the people admitted People's 3 to show the true nature of what this accident was. With that, again, unless the court has any specific questions for me, I'm reiterating my motion to bind over.
Thank you, counsel. So the standard for preliminary examination is probable cause being the second lowest standard in criminal law. The only standard lower than that in criminal law is reasonable suspicion. The court would easily finds, and I think there was no disagreement to this, that the location is in the city of Lansing. It's on Willow and North Grand River Road. The venue is city of Lansing, Ingham County, state of Michigan. 54A is the correct venue. The date on this is May 2nd, 2022, pursuant to testimony. The identification was made by the witness in court, and I'll indicate for the record that there were several witnesses. There was Trooper Vandervoort, or Officer Vandervoort. There was Officer Turvo. There was Michigan State Trooper Camp. And then there was the complaining victim, Mr. Hilliard, was also called. Also, exhibits were admitted. Plaintiff's exhibits 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 were admitted, and defense exhibits A, B, and C were admitted. So the courts had the opportunity to see the videos in this matter, see all the exhibits, and hear the witness testimony, and finds that location, offense, venue, ID, and date. I do find that there's probable cause evidence to believe that location, venue, date, and the identification of the individual as Vincent Alvarado as the driver of that vehicle, pursuant to some of the statements made, pursuant to the testimony of Mr. Camp, pursuant to the video that was played, but more pursuant to statements made and the testimony of Camp. I find it a probable cause evidence, probable cause level, that a probable cause standard has been shown as to those events. The offense variables, I will go to the count 1 requires, and as the motion for bind over indicated, that the defendant must be pursuant to the law over 0.08 grams per 100 millimeters of blood. Exhibit number 1 has 0.137 grams alcohol per 100 milliliters of blood. So I think plaintiff's exhibit 1 would fit as probable cause level, that criteria. Also, there's the vehicle, we saw the video of the GMC running the red light and hitting the white Trailblazer. So that would, and so we look at whether Mr. Hilliard has a serious impairment of bodily function. It would appear at Exhibit 2 as related in motion for bind over and admitted into evidence that Mr. Hilliard was in a coma for at least 3 days, if not more, and that there was traumatic injury as a result of this crash. In regards to the being the direct cause of the serious impairment, the court finds there's probable cause evidence to believe that the GMC that was driven by the defendant ran the red light and hit the complaining victim, Mr. Hilliard's Trailblazer. The question as to whether Mr. Hilliard was fast enough to see what was coming at him in order to make some type of movement or jarring is left to the question of trier of fact at the circuit court level. I find by probable cause evidence that the defendant was the direct cause of the accident, which caused the injury, substantial serious impairment of bodily function to Mr. Hilliard in the Trailblazer. So that being the case, on location, offense, venue, ID, and date, I find by probable cause evidence that the defendant, Victor Alvarado, did operate a vehicle upon a highway, North Grand River, off of with Willow in the city of Lansing, with a blood alcohol level of 0.137. And by operation of that GMC truck, caused a serious impairment of bodily function to Mr. Hilliard, which is a comatose of over 3 to 4 days. So I bind over on count 1 as charged. I also bind over on count 2, which is the reckless driving causing serious impairment of bodily function, which would not require the blood alcohol level. But I do find reckless as defined is the knowing creation of a high-risk situation that death or great bodily harm may occur. And I find that the running of the high speed and running of the red light causing a crash, which indicates a direct responsibility for the probable cause level that's required for this court of causing serious or a serious impairment of bodily function to Mr. Hilliard with a stay of over 3 days in the hospital in a comatose state would fit count 2, as the defendant did drive a vehicle upon a highway, North Grand River in the city of Lansing, in willful or wanton disregard for the safety of persons or property, and by the operation of that vehicle did cause, as indicated from the video, was the serious safety and persons of property, and by Exhibit 2, did cause serious impairment of bodily function to Mr. Hilliard. I will bind over on count 2. So in relation to both counts, the evidence would indicate that by the probable cause level, that the defendant is bound over to circuit court, to stand trial. On counts 1 and 2. So, Mr. Nagel, your client's now bound over to circuit court. Any future date will become from the circuit court, not from. So please keep in contact with your attorney, Mr. Nagel. He will apprise you of any further court dates in circuit court. Your time in district court is done. Anything else from the people, Mr. Stevens?
Nothing from the people, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Nagel?
Nothing further from the defense, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. And I will sign. It's not waived, was held on. And I'll return any exhibits back to the parties. So plaintiff's exhibit 1 and 2 back to the people. Exhibits A, B, and C back to the defense. Thanks, James.
Yeah, sure. Are you gonna stay on this circuit court, or is it gonna go?
Probably not.
Okay. we're doing?
I believe we may put
Kelly on the record.
Osborne, I don't know that we know for running that. and I know
Thank you, Mr. Nagel. Thank you, Mr. Stevens.
Thank you, Your
All right.
Okay, then you know.
We've had him a couple.
He was fine on Tuesday, like, you know.
Mr. Silverthorne, are you ready on Mr.
Osborne?
Osborne? All right. And on Osborne, I have an order of fingerprints.
Oh, yes. he was-
So we'll make sure and provide that to you, Mr. Silverthorne. All right. So we're on the record docket 23-00640. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Brandon Osborne. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Jeff Brodowitz on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Dwayne Silverman from the Office of Public Defender on behalf of Brandon Osborne, Your Honor, who is standing to my right at council table.
And sir, you are Brandon James Osborne?
Yes, sir.
All right. This is the time set for a preliminary examination. Mr. Brodowitz, how are we proceeding?
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, I've spoken with defense counsel, and I believe it is, both parties have agreed to unconditionally waive our right to hold a preliminary examination at this time. And so I would move that you bind this case over to circuit court as charged in the complaint so that negotiations may continue up in circuit court.
And is that a correct statement, Mr. Silverthorne?
Yes, a part of the negotiations with Mr. Stevens, and so Mr. Brodowitz wouldn't have been part of it, is that we had discussed HIDA. He's not agreed, the prosecution, because my client is 25, is eligible, but as the court's aware, it would need the prosecution's consent. At this point, no decision has been made, but they also have not made a decision to oppose HIDA. And so that's important on the record.
All right, so I will indicate for the records that the choice of the defendant today is to an unconditional waiver. HIDA has been discussed as part of the negotiations. Is that a fair statement?
It is, Your Honor.
Okay. May I inquire of your client of his waiver of the preliminary examination?
Please, Your Honor.
All right, so Mr. Osborne, you understand you have a right to a preliminary examination today. You have a right to a prelim within 21 days of your date of arraignment, and that's March 31st, 2023, 9:30 today's date. You understand that a preliminary examination is a probable cause hearing in which the people would have to prove by probable cause evidence that a crime has been committed and the identity of the person who committed that crime. You understand that? And Mr. Silverthorne is here on behalf of the Public Defender's Office and representing you, and he would be here to contest any charges and cross-examine any witnesses brought by the people in that regard. Do you understand that? It is my understanding that you wish that this case be bound over to circuit court on the charges. Negotiations are to continue in regards to the people and the Public Defender's Office, and you wish to waive your right to preliminary examination. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, do you wish and do you waive your right to preliminary examination today?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do the people also waive their right to preliminary examination today?
Yes, we do, Your Honor.
All right. So we've discussed the unconditional waiver. I find the waiver to be freely, understandingly, and voluntarily made. We've discussed that negotiations are continuing in circuit court. Prosecutor also waives. So I'm going to accept the waiver and bind this case over to circuit court. Your time in district court is now done. So you'll be in circuit court where this case is the trial court and get any date in circuit court from Mr. Silverthorne, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Anything else for the record in dockets 23-00640, Mr. Brodowitz?
Nothing from the people.
Anything else, Mr. Silverthorne?
The defendant, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Osborne, your time in district court is done. You'll be in circuit court next hearing date, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, that's all for the record, docket 23-00640. we'll go with the preliminary examination 23-00774. This is People versus Onika Williams. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Andrew Stevens on behalf of people.
Wayne Silver.
Jeff Braddock on behalf of the people.
Excuse me, Your Honor. Excuse me, I'm sorry, Mr. Broderick. Wayne Silverthorne from the Office of Public Defender on behalf of Onika Williams, who is seated to my right at council table.
And sir, you are Onika Williams?
Sir.
All right. This is the time set for a preliminary examination. Mr. Brodowitz, how are we proceeding?
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the people are ready to proceed with the preliminary examination.
All right. Are there any preliminary matters to come to the court's attention before we start from the preliminary examination from the people?
Briefly, Your Honor, I have here listed or marked as People's Proposed Exhibits 1 and 2. It is a copy of a pretrial release order from the District Court file 22-00457-FY. It is a certified document acquired from the Ingham County Clerk's Office at the 30th Circuit. And then People's Proposed Exhibit 2 is a copy of a personal protection order in case number 22-0376 PP.
So the
Actually,
first,
never mind on People's Exhibit 2, sorry. Your Honor.
okay, so just People's
Yes.
Exhibit 1 is the pretrial order.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yes, the pretrial release order.
All
And that
right.
was, I will be submitting that, like I said, as a self-authenticating document.
All right. Any objection to People's Exhibit 1 being admitted into evidence?
No, Your Honor.
With, for purposes of preliminary examination, People's Exhibit 1 is admitted into evidence. And Mr. Brodowitz, you may proceed.
Yeah, I may approach here.
You may. All right. Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the people would call Officer Alex Slobin.
All right. All right, officer, you can come up here and please state your first name and spell your last name for the record. You can stand right there.
Officer Alex Slobin, ALEC He is in Boston, IN.
All right, please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury.
I do.
All right, have a seat here, sir,
Thank you.
and please project for audio purposes. The people can proceed when they're ready.
Good morning, Officer Slobin. Are you employed, Officer Slobin?
Yes,
And how are you employed?
by the Lansing Police Department,
And how long have you worked?
6 years.
And what's your position in the Lansing Police Department?
I'm a patrol officer.
All right. So I'm gonna bring your attention back to the date of March 9th, 2023. Were you on patrol that day?
I was.
Okay, and did you get a call or I should say, were you at, do you have an occasion to be at the address of 1116 Hillcrest Street?
Yes, sir.
And is that in the city of Lansing?
It is.
And is that located in Ingham County?
Yes.
And why were you called to that address?
Called to that address for a in progress burglary.
Okay. So when you proceeded to that address, I guess, how did you proceed after you got the call for that in progress burglary?
I responded directly to that location.
Okay. And what happened after that?
Due to the name that was mentioned in the call, being Onika Williams, had multiple prior contacts with him, which he's fled on foot from officers. I requested officers create a perimeter around the residence to prevent his fleeing.
And so then, I guess, after officers created a perimeter, what happened?
Several subjects exited the residence. facts that Nika Williams was still in the residence and that he was in one of the bedrooms.
And what, I guess what happened after that?
At that point, I approached residents with Sergeant Beth Frazier and Officer Ilya Barabanov. At that time, began making loud verbal announcements, identifying us as Lance Police Department and requesting Mr. Williams exit the bedroom with his hands up.
And did Mr. Williams exit the residence at that time?
No.
So then, how did you proceed after Mr. Williams did not exit the residence?
After the verbal announcements, we approached the bedroom that we were advised that he was in. And I opened the door and observed him laying on the bed.
Okay. And Mr. Williams, when he was, how was he when he was laying on the bed?
He was laying with his head away from officers. It was to the north wall. His right hand was visible, his left hand was not, as they were under the covers.
And then how did you proceed from there?
But I asked him to show me his left hand, which he complied with. That time, Sergeant Beth Frazier and I approached him and handcuffed him.
And then after he was handcuffed, how did you proceed from there?
Escorted him out to my patrol vehicle after searching him.
Okay. Now you mentioned, and you also mentioned, I guess previously, that you have had multiple contacts with Mr. Williams.
Yes.
And have you ever arrested Mr. Williams before?
Yes.
Okay. And so you are familiar with the accused Onika Williams?
Yes.
And do you see Mr. Williams in the courtroom today?
I do.
Okay. Can you identify where he's sitting and an article of clothing he's wearing?
He's sitting next to defense counsel, wearing a blue jumpsuit with white long sleeve underneath.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant as Onika Williams.
Any objection from the defense, Mr. Silverthorne?
No, Your Honor.
For purposes of preliminary examination, the witness has identified the defendant.
And so then after he was arrested and you took him to your patrol vehicle, what happened after that?
There, the other officers on scene confirmed that crime had occurred, and I looked up a bond conditional that Mr. Williams had, which time he was transported downtown to be lodged.
Okay, and then just to go back for a second, the defendant, the person you've identified as Mr. Williams, that is the individual who was inside 1116 Hillcrest on March 9th of 2023.
Yes.
Okay. One second. All right, no further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Silverthorne.
Did you have a body cam on?
I did.
Would a lot of what you testified to be captured by the body cam?
Yes.
And that would be both video and audio, is that correct?
Correct.
And you did not take any statement from the witnesses, is that correct? That would be, I think, a Sherry Wheeler. And you didn't take any statement from Terry Wheeler, is that correct? You didn't take any statement from Dakari Martinez, is that correct?
Correct.
So you basically, that's why I say that your testimony is limited to the fact that you found him in that and looked up and confirmed that that was not a location he was supposed to be at due to Terry Wheeler residing there. Is that correct?
Correct. And to addition of his house arrest condition.
You indicated when the testimony started that you got a call and you responded to it because it was Onika Williams. Was this your area of patrol anyway?
Yes.
Okay, so you weren't implying that you responded because it was Onika Williams. It just happened to be Onika Williams. You would have responded anyway. I can assume, is that correct?
Correct.
You I take it your testimony was just that you were familiar with Mr. Williams.
Yes.
Thank you, officer.
Thank you. Redirect, Mr. Brodowitz.
Nothing from the people, Your Honor.
All right. May this witness be excused from the people?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Silverthorne?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Witness, thank you for your appearance today. You're excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
People may call their next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The people would call Officer Noel Marie Mwang, I believe it's Mwangi. That's how it's pronounced.
Officer Mwangi, you may come up. I'm gonna have you please state your first name and spell your last name for the record.
Noelle Marie, Noelle, Marie, last is Mwangi, Mwangi.
Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Okay, please have a seat here. Please project for recording purposes. And Mr. Brodowitz, you may proceed when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Mwangi.
Good morning.
How are you employed, Ms. Mwangi?
I am a police officer at the Lansing Police Department.
And how long have you been employed?
1 year.
Okay, and what's your current position?
I'm a road patrol officer.
All right, I'm gonna take you back to the night of March 9th, 2023. Were you working that night?
I was.
Okay, and did you respond to a call that night at 1116 Hillcrest?
Yes.
And is that in the city of Lansing, in Ingham County?
Yes.
Why did you respond to that address on that night?
I was dispatched to an active home invasion.
So when you were dispatched, after you received the call to the active home invasion, how did you proceed?
I took a point on perimeter on the southwest corner of the residence. Then after the defendant was arrested, I went inside and interviewed the victim.
Okay, so I'm gonna step back. So after the suspect was arrested, sorry, you interviewed the victim. Do you recall the name of the victim that you interviewed?
Yes.
And who was that victim?
Terry Wheeler.
All right. And when you spoke with Miss Wheeler, did she tell you if Mr. Williams had permission to be in that residence?
Yes.
And did he have permission to be in that residence?
No.
Okay. And did she tell you how Mr. Williams made entry into that residence?
Yes.
And how did he make entry into that residence?
Through the kitchen window.
Okay. And did she say, I mean, I guess, but did she say if that window was, locked or not, or?
Yes.
And so when you were interviewing Miss Wheeler, how would you describe her demeanor?
She was emotional.
Can you expand on that? Was she crying? Was she, how would you describe emotional?
She was visibly shaken as far as her voice goes and her body language.
Okay. One second. No further questions, Gary.
Cross-examination, Mr. Silverthorne.
When you did the interview for Ms. Wheeler, was that audio recorded?
Yes.
Was that video recorded?
Yes.
So regardless of your testimony today, would you agree that the most accurate version of everything that was said, everything that you asked, and everything that Ms. Wheeler responded should be contained on that audio?
Yes.
Video, is that correct? Did you go into the home at all?
Yes.
Okay. Did you happen to know whether or not Mr. Williams had any possessions in the home? When you went into the home, what was your purpose in entering the home?
Interview victim. Ms. Wheeler.
Okay, okay. Did you see any breaking point? For example, damage to a window, damage to a door in terms of entries?
No.
Had you ever met Miss Wheeler before?
No.
Had you ever met Mr. Williams before?
No.
Had you met, and there were other residents of that home, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, there would be a Sherry Wheeler, is that correct?
I am not sure.
Okay. Did you interview anybody else?
No.
Were any other statements taken from anyone else that you're aware of?
Yes.
Neither you nor Officer Slobin took the statement, so?
No.
Do you know what officer did?
I believe it was Officer Markey.
Okay, and do you know if, could you see if those statements were being recorded also?
Yes.
Would it be proper, following proper procedure for that officer to also have recorded the statements just as you had?
Yes.
Did you see Mr. Williams in the home?
No.
Did you see Mr. Williams when he was in custody?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know whether or not he had a tether on him?
No.
Okay. You know that he did not have a tether?
No.
Any redirect, Mr. Brodowitz?
No, not this time, Your
All right.
Honor.
Any objection to the witness being excused from the people?
No, Your Honor.
From the defense?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Officer, you're excused. Thank you for your appearance today. Mr. Brodowitz, your next witness or any further proofs?
People have no further proofs.
All right. Did the people rest?
Yes, people rest. Your Honor.
All right. Any proofs from the defense today?
No, Your Honor.
The motion for bind over, Mr. Brodowitz.
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the people would ask you to bind over as charged. Mr. Williams is charged with home invasion third. In that the person needs to have entered a dwelling without permission and or at the time violate an order protecting a named person or persons. We heard from Officer Slobin that the home invasion occurred in the city of Lansing in Ingham County. And that the occurred on March 9th, and that the person who was arrested for the home invasion is the defendant, Mr. Onika Williams. We heard from Officer Mwangi that in her interview with the victim, Terry Wheeler, who was protected by a bond as a condition of pretrial release, which is shown by the certified document people have entered as People's Exhibit 1, that he did not have permission to enter into that dwelling. So at this time, the people believe they have met their burden of probable cause and would ask this court to bind over as charged.
Response, Mr. Silverthorne.
I'll leave it to the court's discretion, but I will add my opinion that I also am familiar with this Williams, and I'm also familiar with Terry Wheeler, and it would have been nice for her to be in court to reiterate these statements. But as the court's aware that there are, under limited circumstances at preliminary examinations, the courts are allowed to testify, or the police officers are allowed to testify as the statements made by the alleged victims in cases. So with that, I'll leave it at the court's discretion.
Thank you, Mr. Silverthorne. So the standard at district court for preliminary examination is probable cause being the second lowest standard in criminal law. The court had the opportunity to hear both witnesses, Officer Slobin and Officer Mwangi. Also, the court had the opportunity to see Plaintiff's Exhibit 1, which is a pretrial release order, and it is dated on February 16th, and it has a not assault, harass, intimidate, no contact order in regards to Terry Wheeler or to be within 1,500 feet of Terry Wheeler's home, work, or where she goes to school. With that understanding, the location is in the city of Lansing, Ingham County. That's 1116 Hillcrest Street. The venue is City of Lansing, Ingham County. The date on this is March 9th of 2023. Identification was made by Officer Slobin as to the defendant in court and being the person who was at that address at that time and arrested for a violation of the pretrial release order in regards to Terry Wheeler. And then we have testimony, and it is counsel's correct in limited circumstances. We do allow the testimony of Ms. Mwangi, the officer, to indicate that Terry Wheeler indicated that she had contact with the defendant, Onika Williams, that contact was made in her address, that he made entrance through the window, which would mean that he did break and enter or did enter without permission a dwelling located at 116 Hillcrest Street, which is the home invasion third of this, while entering, present, or exiting. So it's not written like the Viennese statute. It's written while entered, present, or entering, did violate the bond, which is People's Exhibit 1 or bail condition of any pretrial release order to protect Terry Wheeler, as he did violate the no contact order. So I find that by probable cause evidence, the defendant is guilty of count 1, home invasion 3, and therefore I will bind over to that effect on the count 1. So it's bound over as charged on home invasion 1. So, Mr. Williams, as far as this files goes, your time in district court is done. This case is bound over to circuit court. You'll receive any future circuit court date from your attorney, Mr. Silverthorne. Anything else for the record in docket 23-00774, Mr. Brodowitz?
Nothing from the people. Your Honor.
Anything, Mr. Silverthorne?
Yes, briefly. Mr. Williams would like a bond. I have argued with him against getting a bond because he is being held in a no bond situation on his case, which is I believe it's 21-00009 FC before Judge Aquilina. That bond has been revoked. It will not be reinstated at the time of sentencing. And it's my opinion that if the court were somehow to grant a reduced bond they could post in this case, first of all, it doesn't do him any good, but secondly, then he loses his jail credit. I've tried to explain this to Mr. Williams. But if he wants a bond, even though I believe it is against his interest, then Your Honor, I'm asking for the court to consider a bond.
I understand, Mr. Silverthorne. Is there a bond set on this case at this point, the 11,000 cash surety? Or has it been revoked since there was contact, there was a PA 53 violation?
We haven't had the PA 53 violation hearing yet, so you only revoked his phone privileges. You have not changed his bond pending the outcome.
Well, so I'm gonna remand him on this. So I'll remand him on this bond. Bond is revoked on this case. Anything else on the record? Docket 23 in this file, 23-00774, Mr. Brodowitz.
Nothing from the people, Your Honor.
Mr. Silverthorne?
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. And then we also have the PA 53 violation that was adjourned to today's date, which I've already heard some evidence, but there was other evidence on concerning this matter. Mr. Brodowitz, how did you want to proceed on the PA 53 violation?
At this point in time, Your Honor, the people would not be proceeding on the PA 53 as what has been submitted to the court and to the people, and I believe to Mr. Silverthorne, is part of an ongoing criminal investigation. So we would not be proceeding on the PA 53 at this time.
All right, so motion to dismiss the PA 53?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm assuming there's no objection, Mr. Silverthorne?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So the PA 53, the PA 53 violation is dismissed in regards to the ongoing investigation, and the case is bound over to circuit court. and the defendant is remanded with no bond, so credit starts accruing, or has it been, starts accruing on this case. Anything else on the record in docket? Anything else on the PA 53 on 23-00774? Mr.
Nothing from the
Brodowitz.
people, Your Honor.
Mr. Silverthorne?
Nothing.
All right, that's all for the record in that file. You're all set, Mr. Williams. Right, we're on the record in docket 22-03419. That's people of the state of Michigan versus DeMarco Gissendanner. And you can correct me if I mispronounced that name. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Angela Del Vero on behalf of the people.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. May it please the court, Robert Easterly on behalf of the defendant, Mr. DeMarco Gissendanner, who is standing to my right.
Sir, you are DeMarco Gissendanner?
Yes, sir.
All right. This is the time set for preliminary examination today. Ms. Del Vero, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, it's my understanding that the defense would be asking for an adjournment of the preliminary exam in order to engage in some, in order to request the people to allow them to engage in some further investigation. And I don't have an objection to that, given the nature of the further investigation they're asking for.
All right. Mr. Easterly, is that your understanding?
It is, Your Honor.
All right. I have this previously set for exam on February 9th. And then on February 2nd at the probable cause conference, the defendant waived his right to a 21-day rule at that time. And then on March 23rd, it was adjourned by email to today's date to March 31st. Is that a correct timeline, Ms. Del Vero?
It is,
All right.
yes.
So this would be, so the case is getting a little old, as you know. So I will grant, and I'm going to put for discovery purposes. There's some discovery purposes. So I will grant the adjournment. The adjournment for discovery purposes. There's not an objection to it.
That's correct.
Purposes. There's no objection to the so prosecutor does not object to adjournment. I will indicate for the record that the next time we probably are going or starting, we're going to put something's going to be on the witness stand because it's just getting a little old, and but I don't think I'm telling counsel anything they don't know already. Okay. Is there anything else to come to the court's attention? So discovery issues have been discussed about that's obvious. I have any motions for special arrangements concerning the minor witness or support person? Are there anything in regards to either one of those notices or motions from the defense in response to what's been filed? There's a people's motion for special arrangements and a people's notice of intent to use a support person. Mr. Easterly, anything in regards to either one of those motions?
No, sir. We received those today. I wouldn't have any objection to that if the time comes that we need to go ahead and proceed.
Okay. All right. All right. So we'll adjourn this to, and then let me get a date that fits everybody's schedule. And we probably will do like another Friday afternoon or Thursday afternoon, but give this case a little time, like we did this afternoon.
Sure. I was asking Detective Wilson how long it would take for that further investigation. She said it probably a couple weeks.
Okay. So we can go. So I'll let you decide. And then we'll probably put some time for the testimony if we have any. And I think it's just easier not to have people, walking in and out of the courtroom during the testimony.
April 20th at 1:30.
So how does April 20th at 1:30 work?
Friday would be preferable, Your Honor, only because Thursday is my pretrial docket day in East Lansing. I've got the prosecution work over there, so I'm in court pretty much all day every day.
All right, that's
April 14th at 1:30.
April 14th at 1:30 is a Friday.
That would work for me if we've got enough time.
Do you think that's enough time? Okay.
So let's shoot for that date and then you let us know.
Okay.
April 14th at 1:30. That's the Friday we have open.
Okay.
And that'll coincide with everybody's schedule.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Anything else on the record in docket 22-03419, Ms. Del Vero?
No, Your Honor.
Anything, Mr. Easterly?
Not for the people.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
If you can't get it in then, let me know. Okay.